All right, good evening, everyone. Good evening. It's 7 p.m., January 8th, 2026. I'd like to welcome everybody here. It's great to see such a full room to tonight's Bellbrook-Sugarcreek Board of Education meeting. Before I can officially call us to order, we got to take care of a little bit of housekeeping, if you'll bear with us. But first, if you're willing and able, will you please stand and join us in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much.
I state your name.
I, Heidi A. Anderson,
Do solemnly swear that I will support the Constitution of the United States
do solemnly swear that I will support the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of Ohio,
and the Constitution of the State of Ohio,
and that I will faithfully and impartially discharge my duties
and that I will faithfully and impartially discharge my duties
as member of the Board of Education
as member of the Board of Education
in and for the said Bellbrook-Sugarcreek Local School District,
in and for the said Bellbrook-Sugarcreek Local School District,
Greene County, Ohio,
Greene County, Ohio,
to the best of my ability
to the best of my ability
and in accordance with the laws now in effect and hereafter to be enacted.
and in accordance with the laws now in effect and hereafter to be enacted
During my continuance in the said office
during my continuance in said office
and until my successor is elected and qualified.
and until my successor is elected and qualified.
Congratulations. I state your name.
I, Audra Eldorn,
Do solemnly swear that I will support the Constitution of the United States
Do solemnly swear that I will support the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of Ohio,
and the Constitution of the State of Ohio,
and that I will faithfully and impartially discharge my duties
and that I will faithfully and impartially discharge my duties
as member of the Board of Education
as member of the Board of Education
in and for the said Bellbrook-Sugarcreek Local School District,
in and for the said Bellbrook-Sugarcreek Local School District,
Greene County, Ohio,
Greene County, Ohio,
to the best of my ability
to the best of my ability
and in accordance with the laws now in effect
and in accordance with the laws now in effect
and hereafter to be enacted.
and hereafter to be enacted
During my continuance in said office
during my continuance in said office
and until my successor is elected and qualified.
and until my successor is elected and qualified.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
I state your name.
I, Michael L. Kinsey,
Do solemnly swear that I will support the Constitution of the United States
do solemnly swear that I will support the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of Ohio,
and the Constitution of the State of Ohio,
and I will faithfully and impartially discharge my duties
and that I will faithfully and impartially discharge my duties
as member of the Board of Education
as member of the Board of Education
in and for the said Bellbrook-Sugarcreek Local School District,
in and for the said Bellbrook-Sugarcreek Local School District,
Greene County, Ohio,
Greene County, Ohio,
to the best of my ability
to the best of my ability
and in accordance with the laws now in effect
and in accordance with the laws now in effect
and hereafter to be enacted.
and hereafter to be enacted
During my continuance in said office
during my continuance in said office
and until my successor is elected and qualified.
and until my successor is elected and qualified.
Congratulations.
All right, hey, guess what? We're legal now. So I can now call to order this meeting of the Bellbrook-Sugarcreek Board of Education for the purpose of conducting the school district's business. We value everyone's input and have made sure to dedicate a portion of this meeting to hear from you. If you missed it, there's a sign-in sheet up by the front door for anybody who's wishing to speak tonight, and we look forward to your comments during that time as it's indicated on our agenda. So with that, Mr. Godum, please call the roll.
Mrs. Anderson,
Here.
Mrs. Dawn,
Here.
Mr. Kinsey,
Present.
Mr. Price, Dr. Pryor.
Present.
4 present, 1 absent.
All right, we have a quorum. At this time, I will seek nominations for the office of president. So we don't need motions or anything. Anybody can nominate anybody they want. You're allowed to nominate yourself.
I'd nominate Mr. Kinsey. Require a second.
It does not require a second. Yeah, good question, good question. Any other nominations for president?
Looks like
Okay.
you're stuck.
Like, this is a,
Don't want to do it again, the tag is in.
That's very kind. Okay, I not hearing any more nominations. I now need a motion to close nominations.
I move to close nomination.
Moved by Dr. Pryor. Is there a second?
second.
Seconded by Mrs. Anderson. Okay, we'll now take a roll call vote. It's kind of awkward, but you have to say the name of the person that you're voting for to be president. Please call the roll.
Mrs. Dawn,
Mr. Kinsey.
Mr. Kinsey,
Me.
Mr. Price, sorry, he's absent. Dr. Pryor,
Mr. Kinsey.
Mrs. Anderson. Mr. Kinsey it is.
Okay. I will now take nominations for the office of vice president.
I don't care.
I nominate Mrs. Dorn.
All right. Any other nominations for vice president? Hearing none, I now need a motion to close nominations.
I move to close nominations.
Moved by Dr. Pryor, second. Mrs. Anderson. All right, please call the roll.
Mrs. Dawn,
I gotta go first. Mrs. Dorn.
No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. So this is calling the roll to close nominations.
Oh,
So this
sorry.
is a
Then
yes or a
yes.
no.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
No, you're good.
Are you ready for me?
I'm a yes.
Okay, Mrs. Dawn,
Yes.
Mr. Kinsey,
Yes.
Dr. Pryor,
Yes.
Mrs. Anderson.
Nominations are now closed. Now you need to do a voice vote of who we're going to vote for vice president. Right? You call each of us, and now we have to say Mrs. Dorn. That was to close nominations.
I'm sorry.
It's a lot of nerd stuff. I
It is,
know.
okay.
It's not fun.
Okay, Mrs. Dawn,
Mrs. Dorn.
Mr. Kinsey,
Mrs. Dorn.
Dr. Pryor,
Mrs. Dorn.
Mrs. Anderson. 4 for Mrs. Dawn.
All right. Thank you very much. Okay, with that out of the way, now we can move in to the most fun part of our meeting, why most of you are here, our good news recognition. Stand by for a second. All right, a lot of fine folks in the room. We're here to honor them. And first up, we'd like to welcome Carter Sorrell for 2025 Boys Soccer All-State. All right. We'll make sure he gets that. Up next, Noah Barrios, 2025 football wide receiver, All-Ohio honorable mention. Congratulations. Great job. You don't have to, but if you want to take a second and say a few words, feel free.
I'm good.
All right, you're good. All right. Well, I always give everybody the opportunity, no pressure if you don't want to say a few words. But. Jack Cousins, 2025 varsity football linebacker, All-Ohio honorable mention. Congratulations. Great job. Anything you want to say? Good? All right. Elsie Bruckart, girls cross country state qualifier. Congratulations. Anything you want to say?
Sure.
Please.
I just want to thank my coaches and my family and my teammates for supporting me this whole journey.
Morgan Dalton, 2025 Girls Cross Country State Qualifier. Congratulations. Great job. Would you like to say a few words? Okay, thanks. Edward Alyanak, 2025 Boys Cross Country Team State Qualifier. Congratulations. Good job. Lucas Fair, Boys Cross Country State Qualifier. Congratulations. Nathan Fisher, Boys Cross Country State Qualifier. Congratulations. Good job. Anything you want to say? No. Caden Fromm, Boys Cross Country State Qualifier. Congratulations. Good job. Anything you'd like to say? Isaac Guthrie, Boys Cross Country State Qualifier. Congratulations. Joshua Johnson, Boys Cross Country State Qualifier. Congratulations. Curtis Layfeld, State Qualifier. Congratulations. Anything you want to say?
No, thank you.
Dalton McPeck, State Qualifier. Anything you want to say? All right. Quiet bunch. That's okay. That's okay. Tommy Shore, Boys Cross Country State Qualifier. Congratulations.
Thank you.
You guys say a few words. What do you think?
Yeah. I'd like to thank my coaches for the opportunity I've had over these past 4 years. Thank you.
Now we'd like to welcome up the Bellbrook High School Air Force Junior ROTC. How about everybody come on up here, please? Get off to the side. Anybody else want to come up? We're good? Okay, very good. Well, the entire Junior ROTC has received a Distinguished Unit Award for exceeding standards. So congratulations to all of you. So thanks so much. Please do. Thank you.
I want to thank Dr. Cozad, the staff, and all the administrators for their support of the JROTC Corps. And I would also like to extend a thanks to both instructors, Lieutenant Colonel Ganjaware and Senior Master Sergeant Venegas, who was over there. Recently, we received a perfect score on our inspection, and along with that, our Raiders team has grown in size, our drill team has started and plans on competing soon, and we've amassed over 1,454 community service hours. The whole Corps, these are the senior staff, by the way, we have been working very hard, and we come together as a family to work hard for this community and work together. And as our numbers grow, we get stronger together. Thank you.
I really appreciate everyone. Oh, did we have one more?
Yep.
Oh, okay.
So if you can give me the mic there.
All right, very good.
Yep.
Again, congratulations to everybody. Fantastic job. Thank you for representing Bellbrook-Sugarcreek school community with such high standards. So we do appreciate that. This January, we are proud to join districts across the state of Ohio in celebrating our school board during School Board Recognition Month. So on behalf of our families, staff, students, and community, we want to express our deepest gratitude for your steadfast commitment and dedication. Being a school board member is a labor of love. As citizen servants, you take on immense responsibilities and navigate complex challenges, all with little financial reward, very small. You serve as a vital bridge between our community and our schools, building the foundation that allows our students to reach their full potential. So thank you for your heart, your hard work, time, and leadership in leading our five-star school district toward an even loftier future in this five-star schools community. Ms. Audra Dorn.
Thank you, sir.
Yep. Dr. Annie Pryor. Mr. Mike Kinsey. Mrs. Heidi Anderson.
Thank you.
Yep. Yep.
All right, is that all of our meetings or anything? All right. So we'll go ahead and take a pause. We totally understand. You're welcome to stick around for the rest of our business meeting, but if you have somewhere else to be or something to study for, we totally understand. If you want to take a second, excuse yourself, that's totally fine. But thank you for coming.
Great job, guys. Great job. Nice job.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much.
Awesome. Awesome work.
Good job. Thank you.
Great job. Great job.
Great job. Good job, Zach. Great job.
Thanks for all you do.
So great.
Sorry, I kind of screwed that up a little bit there. Thank you for catching me.
I think you have to do it because you're appointing. Yep, and then B2. Yeah, committee stuff.
All right, next on our agenda for tonight. Next on our agenda for tonight is something we do every January. It's our standing authorizations. So can I get a motion from the board, please, to approve 3A in our agenda?
So moved.
Moved by Dr. Pryor, seconded by Mrs. Anderson. Does anybody have any discussion or questions? Okay, not hearing any, please call the roll.
Mr. Kinsey,
Yes.
Dr. Pryor,
Yes.
Mrs. Anderson,
Yes.
Mrs. Dawn.
Yes.
4 yeses.
Okay, motion passes. Next, time for us to decide our committee and board representatives for the next year. I don't know if you guys want to go through this one by one, or I don't know, does anybody just want to say something that they might be interested in that's different from last year? Do you want to keep it the same? What do you want to do?
I honestly think we're all pretty well suited to the roles we're filling now, if everyone's okay with continuing in that vein.
I'm fine, but I also know you're very busy, and if you would like to, I could take the OSBA legislative liaison. Is that the one?
I'd be A-okay with that.
We'll take that from you if you would
Okay,
like.
if you're willing, I appreciate that.
And I know the president we keep forcing you to be is a lot of work. No.
Any other thoughts? Okay, so are we good if I just have, I am making a motion to keep everything as it was during this last year, except for placing Dr. Pryor as the legislative liaison? Is that how that works?
I think so. I don't think we vote on this.
Oh, do we not vote on these?
Oh,
No, I don't think we have to vote on
Okay, good deal. Okay, so we don't need a vote? That's
All right.
good, and we got that. All right, great. Then next we'll go into the treasurer's report.
Okay, my first recommendation is approval of December 11, 2025 board minutes.
Moved?
Mrs. Dorn, then Mrs. Anderson. Anybody have any questions or corrections? Please call the roll.
Mr. Kinsey,
Yes.
Dr. Pryor,
Yes.
Mrs. Anderson. Yes. Mrs. Dawn.
Yes.
4 yeses. My next recommendation is approval of Treasurer's Report for December 2025.
So moved.
Mrs. Dorn, then Mrs. Anderson. No problem.
So, half of the year is over, and if you look at our revenues and expenditures, they are in line. Revenues are just a bit more than 50%. Expenditures are a bit less. But our salaries, how they work is because our employees don't get raises until September when the new school year starts. So our salary should be about 49.7%, and they are just a bit low. So our salaries are in line. If they were 50%, we would be over budgeted. So I think our revenues and expenditures are in line where they should be. The only exception is the taxes, because half of the taxes have been collected. So it looks like the revenues are low, but that's because we'll get the remaining taxes in January and February, and then the revenues will go back up.
Questions on the treasurer's report? Okay, please call the roll.
Mrs. Anderson? Yes. Mrs. Dawn?
Yes.
Mr. Kinsey?
Yes.
Dr. Pryor?
Yes.
4 yeses. My next recommendation is approval of cell phone allowance for various positions.
So moved.
Dr. Pryor, then Mrs. Anderson. Anything you want to say, or does anybody have any questions about that?
So this is in accordance with our board policy. Our board policy requires annual approval of who gets a cell phone reimbursement. So we're doing it for that.
Please call the roll.
Mrs. Dawn?
Yes.
Mr. Kinsey?
Yes.
Dr. Pryor?
Yes.
Mrs. Anderson? Yes. It's 4 yeses. My last recommendation is approval of administrator for our 403B and 457 plans.
So moved.
Mrs. Dorn, then Mrs. Anderson.
So we use OASBO's 457 and 403B plans, and the plan administrator that we're moving to, they'll be doing the compliance with IRS regulations, making sure we're in compliance. That way, everything our employees put in those plans is tax-free until they take the money out. We had planned with these, and now we're moving with this because OASBO is moving to this new provider.
Any questions? Please call the vote.
Mr. Kinsey?
Yes.
Dr. Pryor?
Yes.
Mrs. Anderson? Yes. Mrs. Dawn?
Yes.
4 yeses.
Anything else, sir?
That's all I have. Thank you.
All right. Does anybody have any correspondence tonight for your other board members, especially if it's something that we haven't all seen before?
I got some correspondence regarding internet at the high school. It's, I guess, apparently awful in the cafeteria. And now that everybody is working on Chromebooks, I wasn't sure. I just thought I'd pass that along.
Okay, I will check into that.
Because before they were using their cell phones for school, supposedly, and now the internet, I guess, is lagging in the cafeteria. I don't know if you've heard about this from them or anything, but if we can, I don't know if we can upgrade it or if that would be beneficial. Okay. Okay.
Yep.
I just thought I'd pass it on.
We'll check
I heard
into
from a
that.
few parents and then some students also.
All right, we'll check into it.
Anybody have anything else? All right, so we have 2 reports to the board tonight. First, we'd like to welcome up, I don't know if you're going to go one at a time, but our high school principal, Mr. Han, our middle school principal, Mr. Klein, and to hear about next year's courses of study. Appreciate you being here.
Hello, everybody. I get to talk again this year again about our course study next year and some of our new courses. it's always fun to kind of brag on what we're doing at the high school, what our kids are accomplishing. We're very fortunate for a relatively small school to offer so many great opportunities for our kids. 17 AP courses next year, which is a ton for our school size. I believe 5 CCP classes in-house, biomed, the JROTC program, business, engineering, computer science. We have a little bit of everything. That's not even talking about, you know, our challenging core classes, art, music, 25, I think, Charlie, 25 at varsity sports now. So, plus all of our other clubs and activities. So if you can't find something to do at the high school, you're not looking very hard, because there's a lot of great opportunities out there for our kids. And they make us proud every day. They make us proud every year. And I'm very proud to be the principal at BHS. So next year we are offering 3 new courses. What is up here? Okay, let's see. There. All right. Oh, there it went. All right, 3 new courses. We're offering a new art course called 3D Design. So basically different types of sculpture, you know, clay, metal, wood, whatever. Okay, so you're excited, I can tell. Okay, so over the last several years, we have been adding in new courses to the art department, and our teachers are always looking for new things and new opportunities, so that should be a really cool one. We are also adding an AP cybersecurity class in our computer science program, 1 credit class. That's our 17th AP course for sophomores through seniors. And then we're also going to offer a semester class, Introduction to Criminal Justice and the Law, in our Social Studies department. Again, looking at the American criminal justice system, not just how police operate, but you know, how that relates to the Constitution and local laws and things like that. So another elective in the Social Studies department, another thing for our kids to choose to fill out their schedules. So again, all sorts of great opportunities at the high school. And we're always looking for new things to kind of, that next step into the future, you know, what could help our kids, what our kids are interested in, and what we can kind of bring to the table and help prepare them going forward. The last thing I'm going to briefly touch on is a change from the state. And it's not really necessarily course of study so much, but there's a new law out there. Basically, courses primarily taught at the Career Center, CTAG or ITAG courses they call it, now need to be weighted the same as AP courses and CCP courses, as far as for your weighted grade, so your 5-point scale. We offer 3 of those in-house. There are 2 in the biomed program, and then our 4th year in engineering. I can't speak intelligently about all the courses at the Career Center, which will count, but there's a list coming out, and we'll do that this year, and that will go into the weight. Okay, that's something that kind of happens immediately. What else? Next thing, and kind of final thing really, is we do have our, coming up on February 12th, like we do every year, our scheduling night at the high school is the same night as student parent-teacher conferences. So we encourage the community to come out, and parents and 8th graders and everybody else come out and see what electives, what courses we offer at the high school. The different departments will have tables in the lobby as usual, and you can ask your questions and kind of see what's out there. And again, we're very fortunate. We offer a lot of great things, a lot of great teachers, and we also have the great students and clientele who want to take those courses and be successful. Any questions?
I do. First of all, those new classes look amazing.
They should be
and
cool, yeah.
We really do offer so many amazing classes. I have a question on the course handbook or whatever we were looking at. It says valedictorian and salutatorian will be based on students' 7th semester weighted GPA.
Mm-hmm.
And I would really think valedictorian should be the person with the highest GPA at the end of high school, like 8th semester. Is there any way to do that?
That's something we, it makes it tough, because you're waiting for the last day of school to know what grades are, and you're waiting on college credit courses to come in, which sometimes come in after the fact.
Right.
So traditionally, it's the end of, I understand, I see your point.
Yeah.
But it's something we've been doing for a long time.
I feel like, seniors always finish early. Anyone who's going to be valedictorians probably in AP classes that don't even have finals, and the brilliant kids who are going to win that can write a valedictorian speech and memorize it in a week. So I'm just concerned, do you ever have a problem where the 7th semester winner isn't the end of school year, isn't the same person?
I've been, I guess I've been here 17 years, and where I've been at before, that's usually the traditional cutoff is that. But the bigger question I think maybe we need to look at going forward is, do we even do valedictorian, salutatorian? Most places around us have gone away from it, simply because of all the CCP courses like you're referencing, and now the Career Center courses are going into it, and everything being equal to AP courses, and what we run into is we have obviously 17 AP courses, and a lot of kids are taking those courses, which are considered more challenging by the colleges, and those competitive colleges actually would prefer to see the AP courses than a numerous CCP courses on a transcript. So that's the question. And I'm kind of a traditionalist. I like the idea of a valedictorian and salutatorian and all that. I have a nice little spreadsheet going back as far as I can of every valedictorian, salutatorian at Bellbrook High School. But the reality of it is it's kind of changing. So that's something we may want to consider as well.
Cutting it off at 7th semester actually encourages more CCPs, I've noticed. Like the kids, they get a bunch of CCPs first semester senior year instead of taking our AP courses. It disincentivizes them from taking our full young courses, and they take extra CCPs that we have to pay for, So I would really like it to be at the end of, at least, even though we have to take into account all the CCPs and everything, that's fine, but it should at least be the person with the highest GPA at the end of the year.
Okay, hypothetically speaking, so if we take it for the full year, okay, that kid, hypothetically, who takes 7 semester 1, is going to take an additional 7 semester 2, which may skew it even more.
Well, if they want to do that, that's up to them. You might have to put something in there saying, CCP courses taken spring semester, senior year, may not count if those grades aren't, if those courses don't end in time, But, how do you currently, if it ends at 7th semester, how does, like a senior taking all year-long classes, is half of that class counted in their GPA?
Credit is given at the end of the completion of the course.
Right, so this means with this way, a senior taking 5 AP classes, their GPA is being measured for valedictorian, their end of junior year GPA, compared to the kids who took CCPs, beginning of senior year. And I just feel seniors who are working their butts off on our AP courses all year, to have their GPA from senior year not count at all isn't fair. So, I totally understand if it's too hard to do valedictorian. I'd rather not do it at all than not be able to give it to the person who actually has the highest GPA.
I wonder if this might be a good breakout session or a future report, maybe some dedicated time to look at this, because I'll admit maybe there's some couple things I hadn't necessarily thought of. I'd like to maybe get some more information and think about. I'll just mention right off the cuff, I would want to hear some information, get some education. I don't love the idea of not having a valedictorian or salutatorian. So this, I wonder if something this specific we might want to revisit in a few months and discuss and learn more about, rather than.
Right, but I brought this up last year as well, but we had already approved this in the handbook, so no one wanted to discuss it after the board approved it in the handbook.
This is just a course selection guide, so this isn't dictating anything. Where, is this policy elsewhere, first of all? But second of all, I agree with Mike that there are probably a number of other second and third order effects to changing this one way or the other.
I just know
additionally, kids who have been working under these rules, to switch it on them midstream, I think is also foul. So I think it's a bigger.
You would have to go back to starting with next year's. If we would change it, you'd have to start with the 8th grade coming in, be under different rules than the folks who are already, into the game, shall we say.
Well, I don't want to approve this with that in there.
Well, that's not, this
personally.
isn't the handbook, though.
Right?
Yeah,
This-
this is just a duplicate.
This
out
is
of
the handbook. I mean, the handbook is, what, May,
We do that
March,
in the
May, something like
summer.
that?
April, I think
Yeah.
we're doing April. for the
This is
handbook.
just like, that wouldn't, this whole,
Yeah,
This is for the
in
scheduling. book,
reality,
yeah.
that whole paragraph wouldn't have to be in this document at all. It's really just copy pasted out of the handbook, correct?
yes, it is. It's copy and paste out of the handbook.
This is not the authoritative guide on that policy.
Okay.
Yeah, the handbook would trump the course guide.
But we really need to, there's two pieces to it. The courses piece, so that they can do scheduling night, they can start talking, and those pieces. And then if we want to further, I think there might be some unintended consequences or just some other perspectives to make sure that you fix this situation over here, and then it doesn't impact X, Y, and Z over here. And so I don't know if that is getting back in a month or so with additional information and insight about it. I don't know if that's
Yeah, we can do that. That's fine.
I mean, we're certainly not going to change it for this year's graduating seniors,
Right.
so to me, let's,
Well, I want to change it for next year then. I mean, so I don't want it to be in this.
So there's a couple ways we can do this. We can, if it's the will of the board to kind of either take this weight section out of here and approve the rest of it. If that's the will of the board. If it's the will of the board to just approve as is, or if it's will of the board to again approve everything except the weighted system and come back in a month or two, or the handbook, and continue to have discussions at that point.
Yeah.
I think it's up to the board of what direction you'd like to go to, but we at least need to, if the board is in agreement of approving the rest of the course of study guide except the class weighting system, which
And
had been pulled from the handbook.
it's really just that sentence, right? The
Right.
sentence about valedictorian. Like,
Okay,
I think
well,
it's
I
important for
might-
people to understand how courses are weighted for their GPA.
Right,
That's
right.
important.
Well, when it comes time, I might make a motion to just strike that one sentence out of this, and approve the rest, and then that can be worked on for next year.
Where's the one sentence, I'm sorry?
Page 5, just valedictorian and salutatorian awards will be based on students' cumulative 7th semester weighted GPA. And that'll give time if they can come up with another solution or not,
Or even
because
if
it's
it
not
says-
written in here.
Even if it just says weighted GPA and remove the word 7th semester. Because
Yeah.
it's going to be a weighted GPA.
Right. That would be fine.
Unless that's up for debate. I doubt it.
Well, we have the recommendation for this later on in the agenda.
Right,
Should we
okay.
ate
Yes,
till then
yes.
and we could pick it up there?
Yes.
And unless anybody has any more questions for Mr. Hand?
No.
I had a question about the AP cybersecurity.
Sure.
Is that going to allow them some industry credentials, travel seals? No.
It will not, no. It's an AP course, yeah.
One final question. We added 3 classes. Is there anything that we dropped or that we haven't been getting, so we're keeping all the same?
We're
I mean,
going
obviously
to put
some
them all
years-
out there, and then, obviously like every
Some
year,
we
some
don't get
courses may
enrollment.
not run based on enrollment, but we're not taking anything out. So we have a little space here and there, and some may move from one class, and maybe there's 4 sections of Class A, and maybe next year it's 3 sections of Class A and another section of this class, but, yeah, more options.
And these options can be covered by current staffing?
Yes.
We've got some talented teachers, because
We do.
those are some
Very talented
difficult
teachers,
courses
very
to
talented
teach,
students.
like,
We're
to
very
get
fortunate.
smart enough on those topics to be able to teach them.
All right, thank you.
Thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
Appreciate it. Mr. Klein, thanks for being here. The new floors look great. So,
Thank you very much.
yeah.
Part of,
Divided entrance, green.
we're getting there. We're doing the things. We have no changes at the middle school, so. So what we do have is, I'm just going to kind of go through everything that we do here. It's really pretty cool. So I was a middle school teacher for 23 years, and so I know the inner workings of another district. And when I got here and saw the amazing things, the opportunities, the different pathways our kids have, and the supports built into our schedule to meet our kids where they are and to prepare them for the amazing opportunities at the high school, to say I was impressed with what was already in place is an understatement. So every year we have our core subjects, so ELA, English Language Arts, Math, Science, and Social Studies, so that's consistent. We have a math progression that is for each of our kids has their own way as far as what they qualify for. So some kids are in Math 6 right now in 6th grade, some are in Math at 7, 8 in 6th grade, and some of them are Math 7 for 6th grade. So it's pretty neat the way we put things together. We have two types of, outside of our core classes, encores and electives. Our encores are standard and everyone takes them, and then we have electives where kids get to choose kind of their path. One of the neatest things we have is what's called Tier 2 Intervention Labs, which is awesome. So our students that need a little more support, that just need some more focus time, that's called Tier 2 Intervention. We have labs set up with small groups with qualified staff members to help them out. So if you're not familiar with MAP, what we focus on here is growth. From our fall to our winter MAP scores, so average growth is about 7 or 8 points a year. So we're looking at the kids that were in the lowest 40th percentile of MAP. 7, 8 points is average for a year. We're looking at about 104 kids in the building. They grew over 1,000 points of growth in MAP. So these targeted interventions to help our kids, it's to fill in the gaps is really working pretty well. So that was something we were really excited about here at the middle school. So in 6th grade, core academics, ELA, Science, Social Studies, and Math. We have Encore, which is what everyone takes. That's art, digital literacy, and health. Electives, so we give our kids these choices so they can either take a band physical education, choir physical education, or music exploration and physical education. And again, there's that reading lab math tier 2 that gives our kids that intervention, that support that they need, and the data is overwhelmingly supports how much that helps our kids. 7th grade, same thing, ELA, Science, Social Studies, and Math, core foundation. Our Encore, physical education and health. We also have an automation and robotics in partnership with Greene County. So what we do here that's really pretty neat is we've got several staff members that aren't Bellbrook staff members. They're through the Greene County. They work here and they do some really cool things with our kids. So our elective choices, they can choose band or choir, or they can do an elective rotation, which goes through flight and space, and then Eagle Outreach, which is a supportive give back and pay forward group that does some amazing things within our community. 8th grade, once again, starts out with the core, ELA, Science, Social Studies, and Math. Our Encore and partnership classes, physical education, and Introduction to Family and Consumer Science, design and marketing are offered. Both are in partnership with Greene County. Electives for future readiness, so we're starting to get those kids ready for the cool things they can do at the high school. Band or choir, the elective rotation, medical detectives with Greene County, food and fitness, and then digital literacy is also part of our 8th grade choices. So the reason we partner with Greene County is it's a win-win for everybody. We actually have several former Bellbrook staff members that have now decided to work for Greene County. So they're Bellbrook people working back here in Bellbrook, giving back. So they give really cool pathways, and they do some specific things that aren't given out everywhere. So again, 7th grade, automation and robotics, flight, and that's actually flight in space. I forgot to put the rest of it, so I apologize. 8th grade, introduction to family and consumer science, design and modeling, medical detectives, food and fitness. So they've got some specified or things that they can do that once they're interested in, they can start looking at that stuff. So our advanced learning opportunities in math. So our math curriculum is really pretty cool. It's all customized for our kids, once again, to meet the kids where they are. So we have advanced learning opportunities, so single subject acceleration, or we have compacted curriculum, so math 7-8. So they actually take 2 years of math combined into one. Our students here can get high school credit with Algebra 1 and scholarship geometry. And again, that intentional support, I can't stress enough how important those labs are for our kids. I can't tell you the amount of cool things and the growth we see with our kids in these Tier 2 labs that we're actually, we're focusing on those. Mrs. Gann's been incredible to help us out to make sure we're doing the exact right things for our kids, once again, to meet our kids where they are. So final thought, so we have differentiated learning. Our math offerings are intentional to give our kids what they need. Our kids have the ability to earn high school credit, so that way when they get to the high school, they can get to those AP classes, those CCP classes, those weighted classes like we just talked about. They can end up in pre-calculus and all the different awesome things. And once again, I cannot stress those labs enough and the amazing things that our staff does with our kids to get them up to speed, to fill in those educational gaps that have happened along the way, and to give our kids exactly what they need. So there's no changes at the middle school, no valedictorian either. But it's awesome to walk these hallways, to see what our staff does, to see what our kids do. So Mr. Killen and I live in classrooms. So we have Mrs. Gann helped us figure out intentional look-fors, instructional look-fors, and it's just what we see when we go into classes. So we had 88 data points surveys where we were in classes, and we just filled this out. And there were 5 main takeaways, but and I just took the data, I put it in ChatGPT, I said, give me 5 takeaways. The number one takeaway was the relationships built at the middle school are based on the rapport in the classroom, which allows for challenging academics. So it's the conversations that the staff members have, it's the care, it's the individual attention our staff members give that allow our staff members to challenge our students and to stretch them and to give them that academic rigor that I'll be honest with you, doesn't happen everywhere. So I am fortunate to work every day. I can't wait to get here to see the cool things. And it's pretty awesome. I've got 2 kids in the building, and so I see what they do every day. I see the work they're in, and it is awesome to be here and to see the classes that our teachers are doing, our kids are doing, and it's pretty cool. What questions do you guys have?
I have a question for probably Dr. Cozad. Did we ever have languages at the middle school? Is that something that was cut at some point?
Do we ever have what? I'm sorry.
Languages?
We did.
You did? Okay. Did you ever foresee going back to that?
At this point, there's been no conversations of bringing those back.
Okay.
Those were during the cuts of 2019, 2020, and those, yep.
If I remember correctly, that was kind of right when I was kind of on the board, and
Yep.
those got cut, and we started bringing things back. That's when the opportunities at the Career Center came on, and those were awesome and free.
Yeah.
And so the combination of awesome and free was kind of a win-win, really.
And there's only so many periods in the day.
Right,
So you
right.
get to pick and choose.
Right.
So we went down more of the STEM science
you need
route.
a
Yeah.
very specialized instructor for those that
Correct.
it was hard to utilize across a full school day.
My son loved the medical detectives last year. My only complaint would be those other classes, they're so awesome that like they might be taking people out of band and choir.
Yeah.
Because it's like, well, I want to take medical
Right.
detectives. So they're really, really cool.
Yeah, Kayla, Mrs. Guest does an amazing job.
Yeah.
That's fun. And they go, one of the things they do is they give you a disease, and
Not
students
really.
have
They
to
don't
go.
really give you a disease.
And so you've got this card of what your symptoms are, and kids have to come up and ask you questions and try to diagnose what it's. I'm telling you, it's a treat to walk up and down these hallways and see the cool things that are. I mean, every day, all day long, any classroom you go into, it's pretty neat.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Klein, Mr. Hand, for presenting some fantastic opportunities and information about our school, so we appreciate that.
All right, our last report to the board, Mr. Godum for our 26-27 tax budget.
Mr.
tax budget.
Tax budget clears out the room. You're probably fine.
Okay, I don't have much on the tax budget after. So basically, I have a couple of slides. Ohio Revised Code 5705.28 is what requires us to prepare a tax budget. We have to prepare it, submit it to the county. It has to be board approved before January 15th. And normally I'll come during this meeting and ask for the approval. However, 5705.281 allows the county budget commission to waive the requirement, and Greene County waived the requirement for this year. So we don't have to submit a tax budget this year. However, for everyone, all of us, because we're so tax reliant, I think it's a good idea to know what's going on, what we're expecting for fiscal year 27. I know it's kind of far. So it's an estimate and the numbers are from Greene County. But this is what we're expecting. We have $25.7 million coming in general fund levies, and then we have an emergency levy that will bring another $3.1 million. About $29 million in property taxes expected in fiscal year 27. That starts July 1, 2026 through June 30, 2027. Then bond retirement, that's based on how much money we expect to have in cash and how much do we have to pay in our bonds for the school buildings, the middle school and renovations to the school buildings. So we're expecting another $2.5 million over there. And the PI levy, it's a $2 mil levy that was approved in 2003. It generates about $1 mil, so about $900,000 is what we're expecting in that. In total, we're expecting $32.5 million in property taxes. About 68 mil is what was voted by our taxpayers. And we're getting about half of it. About 32 mil is actually what the millage we're collecting on right now. So because it goes over 2 calendar years, so we don't know, 26 is a reappraisal year for Greene County, Ohio. So we don't know how much the property values will go up. But there's a new legislature, so even if the property values went up by 20%, 25%, increase, and the only increase we'll get would be in the inside millage is capped at inflation. So if the inflation is only 9%, we only get 9% increase in property taxes, not 20, 25%, how it might have happened in the past. So I think we're looking at minimal increase due to revaluation in next year because only one levy, $4.5 million, will actually get any increases. Everything else is reduced. So that's about it. Any questions?
Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, those are our reports to the board. Thank you. We're now going to move into our open communication period. Mr. Godham, will you? Oh, thank you, Mr. Klein. All right. Your thoughts and comments are welcome during this time. There was a sign-in sheet right up there by the door till just now. Thank you. When you're given the floor, please share your name, address, and any group affiliation you hold if it's relevant. You'll then have 5 minutes for your comments, which should be directed toward the presiding officer, who tonight happens to be me. This time is for the board to listen and absorb, and as such, traditionally, a dialogue is not created in this moment. In case you're wondering, the reason for these policies, which can be read in their entirety on the district's website in policy number 169.91, is to ensure that as many people as possible have the opportunity to speak and that everyone is treated equally and fairly. So with that, I would like to welcome up Greta Schumacher. Thank you for being here, and you have 5 minutes.
All right. Thank you for having me tonight. First of all, okay, well, I start with my name. I'm Greta Schumacher. I have 2 kids in the district, one in high school, one in middle school. And I wanted to wish everyone a happy new year. Hope you had a good break, and especially the teachers and our educators hopefully had a relaxing break and a good start to the new year. With that said, looking at New Year's resolutions and new things to think about and new things to maybe make happen this year, I just wanted to look back at the last meeting, and I have to say, as I pondered about it over break, I was a little shocked to kind of hear one of the speakers say that there was counseling needed for students that were exposed to sexual context in the classroom. And then I was like, well, have they been? If so, maybe then that's an issue, but what does that actually mean? Like, why are they, like, that kind of rhetoric is not safe for our educators, for our teachers, for the ELA people here at the school. As we saw, there's so much good happening. There's so many awesome teachers here. And I think we can all agree they're not here to indoctrinate our kids and to point out sexual contexts or anything like that. They're not here to make them afraid or worried. If there is something like that in books, it's there to make you think critically. And we all know in these times you need critical thinking to know what's wrong, what's right, to know what's fake, what's not fake, to kind of have that difference. And with that said, I just wanted to thank all our educators for teaching our kids. We have seen how many here got awards. They thank their coaches. At the last meeting in December, we had a student thank her teachers. And all of that is just, there's good things happening. And I don't understand why we need to make it harder for our educators, which leads me again to the Bill of Rights for parents. I think as a parent, your right is to communicate. And it was never an issue. Look at all the years that have gone and passed. And look at all the good things that came out of the high school, the kids who graduated, the middle school. You were always, as a parent, able to communicate with the teachers. You could email them. Right now we have an awesome new thing set up, thanks to Mr. Conti, the Parent Square. You can text them, you can use your phone. It's quick and easy. If you don't want your student to learn about a certain topic, which I understand everyone has different things they don't want to talk about or learn about, then email the teacher and they can take you out. They can take your student out of that. But communication is important, and the same goes for your student. If there's something they were concerned about in school, I would hope they come talk to you as a parent. And also, if there was something happening otherwise in their lives, you should know about it. That is your parents' right. You should also give them the opportunity to maybe learn about things that are uncomfortable for you, that are not something you might want to talk about. But let's face it, especially in middle school, we now have times that were changed. And I don't know why or why that happened, but look at all the girls. They're starting their period so much earlier. Do not teach them about anything like that, about their bodies, until it's too late and they already experienced maybe some of the pain, the trauma. Then, why are we doing it so late? Like, we have students at the elementary school probably are dealing with this. And then when they come to middle school, books have been moved and they can't read about certain things that might be important as they're growing up. Middle school is the one time where students are vastly different in both their thinking, their maturity, and the way they develop. And I think to take away some of the books that some of the more mature and older students are interested in and put them at the high school, that is a restriction. And therefore, I think if we can agree on, okay, opting in, opting out, how that looks, we don't know yet. Hopefully it's all going to be opt-in and opt-out for those who want to be. Why can't we bring that to the middle school? Why can't we have that same thing for that? That is my one solution. Bring back the books to the middle school and maybe have them opt-in, opt-out there as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Appreciate your comments. Okay, up next on my list, we'd like to welcome Danielle McPeck.
Thank you for being here. You have 5 minutes.
My name, my address.
Did you say
If you
wanted?
could, please, it's part of our policy.
Sure. I'm Danielle McPeck. I live at 2760 Wilmington Dayton Road here at Bellbrook. I've never been to a board meeting before, so thanks for having me, and thank you all for honoring our cross-country runners. I will most definitely not be taking 5 minutes, but I do want to thank you all. I had emailed you, I think most of you, several months ago, and I wasn't able to be here at the board meeting. I just wanted to take a minute to thank you all for the policy. I believe that it keeps instructional content age appropriate for my young daughters and my 2 older boys. I believe that these topics that are involving gender ideology and graphic material are better left for our families to decide what our children should have access to at the younger ages. I just really feel that my daughter are protected by, and that you're respecting our roles as parents to educate our children in the context in which we want to educate our children and knowing about things that we want them to know about. I think it keeps the focus on academic learning in a safe, very developmentally appropriate environment for these kids. And I just really appreciate being able to have that opportunity, especially even with my older sons in the high school, to opt in or opt out into what content that they're exposed to. That's all. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you for your comments. All right, that was the end of my list, so I am closing public comment time tonight. Maybe just for the good of the board, or Dr. Kozad, if you don't mind making a note, just policy 5780 is a reminder. Really, it covers 2 types of materials, gender ideology and sexuality content, which was put into policy as, if I can remember it verbatim, inherently private sexual acts or sexual intercourse of any form. So I heard a concern maybe about books with menstruation in it. If you could please just maybe make sure that should not fall into any of those 2, so it shouldn't be covered. I assume we're good, but maybe just let me know if we're not, that that's neither gender ideology or an inherently private sexual act. I'd appreciate it. Thank you. All right, so we are past open communication period and moving into our superintendent's report.
Thank you. This is a consent agenda, so it's going to be consent A, B, and C, or 8A, B, and C, and the vote will be on 8D. So certificated license, employment, resignation, leave of absence, supplemental duty, people activity, and then support staff employment, resignation, leave of absence, and then substitute employment.
So moved.
Tonight's consent agenda moved by Mrs. Dorn, seconded by Mrs. Anderson.
Again, so we have a few more hires for supplemental duty, people activities, some resignations, a few effective, immediately or somewhere in this range, and a few at the end of this school year. And then, again, just trying to have a pool of substitute teachers for our district.
Any questions? Please call the roll.
Dr. Pryor,
Yes.
Mrs. Anderson,
Yes.
Mrs. Dawn,
Yes.
Mr. Kinsey.
Yes.
4 yeses.
All right, number 9, courses of study approval. Recommend approval of the 2026-2027 courses of study for Bellbrook High School and Bellbrook Middle School.
So moved.
Moved by Mrs. Dorn, seconded by Mrs. Anderson.
Can we vote on the middle school separately first? Or can I just move to strike the word 7th semester out of page 5?
So we could do a couple things. So you can make an amendment. You can move to amend something, which would be adding in whatever you would want, but something like striking whatever sentence.
Okay. Let me just find that.
But right now, we have a motion on the table, so we can discuss that, or somebody can move to amend the motion.
I move to amend the motion. Let me find it. From their reports.
Are you able to write this down? Yeah, cool.
looking for it, okay. Yes. I move to strike the word seventh semester out of page 5 in the sentence about valedictorian and salutatorian.
To strike, let me try to repeat just to
Yeah,
make sure.
yeah.
To strike the words seventh semester on page 5. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so there's a motion to amend the motion that is on the table to strike the words seventh semester that currently are on page 5. Does that motion to amend have a second?
And we can't discuss it until there's a second.
We should not discuss it unless there is a second. Okay, so seconded by Mrs. Anderson. Okay, so now we only talk about the amendment.
I would just like to give them a chance to see if there's a better way to do this without having it set in stone in something, because I brought this up privately a year ago and nothing could be done because it was already set in stone from something we voted on. And so if we don't put something in here, then they can work on that. And the main problem is that seniors who take year-long classes, it's their junior year, end of junior year GPA that's being compared as whether or not they're valedictorian. Their whole senior year of hard work, even if it's all AP classes, aren't counted at all. And I just don't think that's fair. I don't care who gets to be valedictorian or how many CPs they took, if just everything is counted. And so it really is the kid with the highest GPA. And it shouldn't be a problem to, there'll be like, 4 kids in the running, but they can't do those calculations right at the end of the year because seniors are done early and figure it out then. So, but we're not making that rule right now. All we're doing is scratching out 7th semester. They may add it back in, if they can't work something out. But this just gives them, the motivation and some time to figure it out before the handbooks, before it's in the handbooks too.
So we would have to change it in the handbook and probably board policy as well.
I don't think it's in board
It's not board
policy
policy,
anywhere.
So it would
it's
just be
just,
the handbook.
Right.
and/or here.
Right.
Yeah.
So striking it though from the course of study stuff, does that have any repercussions? Maybe that's a Mr. Hand question. If we strike just the 7 semesters, does that affect you in any catastrophic way right now? No.
If something needs to be figured out for next school year, but
Right, but it doesn't catastrophically affect you.
not moving forward with things, yeah.
Okay. But that would be something we could deal with later.
We'd have to deal with the next few months, yes.
Do you mind if I ask your motivation for asking that question, just because I'm curious?
I did not want to muddy the waters at all for him and his scheduling process. So I just wanted to be sure that if I supported that proposal, that would not create, a bad situation for him.
Awesome.
Because there's a lot to think about.
That makes sense.
I think what it does do is that when kids, though, are signing up for classes next year, they don't know what the rule will be. Like right now, they're signing up for next year's classes, and if they are one of the, maybe handful of students who this is a possibility for, they don't know what rules they're playing under to know what classes to sign up for if we don't tell them now.
Right, but a vast majority of the student body would not be affected.
A vast majority of the student body doesn't care a squat about this because this is not in their future.
But ideally, students are picking the best courses for them and will try their best in their classes. So,
I would think there would be, again, not just at Bellbrook, but there is a set of parents that will be looking and wanting a path of their child being very eligible to be a valedictorian or salutatorian. So there are parents and families that are looking at those, whatever the criteria is, whatever it is, how do I, if I want to be valedictorian, how can I do that if that's that important to them?
Right.
Other people, not.
but at no point is it written, by the way, year-long classes don't count in your 7th semester GPA, because most people don't have a clue of that.
When are they starting to schedule? When are we scheduling? March? Late February? Yeah.
On this is I'm very
starting more, so I'm sure there's information. I would need to make a very informed decision. I think where I land on this at the moment, and correct me anything I'm about to say that's wrong, is that if hypothetically this amendment passes and those words are struck, nothing operationally will change. But what would happen would be that there would be non-matching language in the handbook and in this course of study. And I'll be honest, I don't know that that makes a lot of sense to me right now. I would rather, for clarity's sake, that if it's the handbook that drives this decision, I would want this language to match the handbook until we are at a point where we may hypothetically consider changing the handbook. Does that make sense? Like, if this doesn't change anything, I'm not sure why we would take the action.
You know, it's probably best to strike the whole sentence and leave it in the handbook, because this is effective for next year. In the handbook, we're not going to pass till July, and we'll have to make it match this because this is already effective for next year. And that's what happened to me last year when I wanted to get this changed. So I want to rescind my motion to strike the word seventh semester.
May I make a humble request?
Yes,
Okay, it'd be simpler if we call the vote and we all say
Okay.
no, and then you can do whatever you want.
Okay.
But if you want to rescind, I don't want to
no,
impose.
that's fine. I got to get out my Robert's Rules book
All right.
if we keep doing. Okay.
Would you like to call the vote on this amendment?
All right. I'd like to vote to strike
Yes.
the word seventh semester, but I am going to, hopefully strike. Okay, I'd like to call the vote for striking seventh semester.
Okay, can you call the roll on the amendment to strike the word seventh semester?
Mrs. Anderson?
Yes.
That's okay. Keep going.
Yeah.
Mrs. Dawn?
No.
Mr. Kinsey?
No.
Dr. Pryor?
No. Okay.
Okay, so that amendment
Okay.
has failed.
Okay.
It's now off the table.
I would like to make another amendment to strike the entire sentence, valedictorian and salutatorian awards will be based on a student's cumulative seventh semester weighted GPA.
Do me a favor, give me like a paragraph number and a sentence number,
Okay.
maybe something like that.
On page 5, paragraph 3,
Paragraph 3.
sentence 1.
Sentence 1, thank you. Okay, there's a new motion on the table to strike page 5, paragraph 3, sentence 1. Does that motion have a second? We shouldn't discuss unless there is a second. That doesn't mean we couldn't in the future. Seconded, so moved by Dr. Pryor, seconded by Mrs. Anderson.
So this means it's still in the handbook, and so the different word in here won't confuse people, and so people can still look and see what's in the handbook about it. It's just not described in this particular document. And they can see if there's any, improvements to be made by the time we do the handbook. I don't think they even need to worry about it till handbook time, because it's just not in here, and it's still in the handbook.
The course guide is just silent on the valedictorian situation.
Right. Yes, but that way, since this is the course guide for next year, if they come up with a good solution for us to add to the handbook, it won't, conflict with what was in the course guide.
Right. They won't have an updated next year's handbook though when they're scheduling, right? It will still be last year's.
Correct.
Right, and so.
In the past, they haven't had one, but there really hasn't obviously been a discussion like this at this point in time. Again, I think I'm trying to look at, we're planning on doing handbooks in April. I know last year it got pushed because I believe of
We were waiting for
attendance and
policy,
exams
cell phone
and
policy.
cell phone policy, and it got pushed really late. That's not what we really typically do. So it would be April. So in April, we would need to probably have this hashed out so that at that time, that the handbook has one thing, we could go back and add this to if we wanted to the course of study guide also.
Mr. Hand, did you have an input?
The other option you put in there is just under the C handbook for ranking information or something along those lines, and then whatever the handbook is, it automatically goes back to that. Am I
finding that all that's easier enough.
I mean, the other piece, and I don't want to, again, I think last year was an anomaly just because it got pushed. That course, sort of the handbook got pushed because of other things. But I just want us to be careful as we are looking at making any kind of changes, of really studying that and making sure the changes that we do, that we know the positive, negative,
What the consequences are of that, because there's a lot of moving parts to valedictorian, salutatorian, and how those things are calculated. Just making sure whatever decision is made, everybody has their eyes wide open, because whatever decision is going to be, there's going to be possibly folks that agree or disagree with it, and or there might be some unintended consequences to it. So.
Well, striking this sentence doesn't, still the handbook, nothing really changes except it's not set in stone here. And so it's easier to, if there's something to change in the handbook, if there's a better solution that is gets come up, people come up with, that can be in the handbook. And it's just not different here. So I would like to just take that sentence out, and the handbook can deal with that.
And so just whenever the handbook is there, then the board will need to make a decision on whether it's 7th semester or end of the year or whatever it is.
And you guys can contemplate if there's any way to get it, to be the student with the actual highest GPA at the end of high school. If there's a way to do that, that would be ideal. And if there's not, you can explain why not, and then whatever's best will be in the handbook. So, but this won't have conflicting information.
I don't have strong feelings either way. I do think if striking it is fine. I think if we were going to change something that would impact, say, the current junior class for next year, that we want them to know the rules when they're signing up for classes. If we are all kind of in general agreement that any changes we made would only affect the incoming freshman class next year, then fine. I don't know.
I mean, I would probably ideally like to see if there's any changes that it only impacts incoming freshmen, just because I think there are people historically, whether it's here or somewhere else, they plan their schedule to want to compete for valedictorian and salutatorian.
Now, State of Ohio just made changes, and that is going to impact.
Yeah, that's a law.
We didn't do that, and they do stuff all the time without thinking through all the unintended consequences, but we can try not to.
Because we have so many kids who are so tightly bunched at the top. So that was something that changed 7 years ago, 6 years ago, maybe a little more than that, to recognize more of our top students as well. So, which is what some schools have gone to and has gotten rid of Val and Sal and did Latin honors and called it.
So since this amendment, say the passage are not decided, since this amendment does not change anything operationally, just some words in the course study, can I make a request though that if we are going to discuss this around handbook time, if that's April, could we have a full report to the board or a full packet a good month in advance or something of here's pros, here's cons, here's downstream effects.
Sure.
So we can be well informed if that is going to be a topic of discussion in April. Because I agree, I don't want to make any change lightly, and it sounds like it would make a lot of sense for any change to start with an incoming freshman class. So let's just tread lightly and make sure we're fully informed.
Maybe the March meeting.
So maybe, yeah, that's
mid-March. Yeah.
Okay, any other comments? Because there is an amendment that has been moved and seconded to strike page 5, paragraph 3, sentence 1 from the course of study document. Any other questions? Okay, please call the roll on that amendment only.
Mrs. Dawn?
Yes.
Mr. Kinsey?
Yes.
Dr. Pryor?
Yes.
Mrs. Anderson?
Yes.
4 yeses.
Okay, so we're back to the main motion of passing the document. I am now moving to amend to add in a sentence that was in that page 5, paragraph 3, add in a sentence, something like, see handbook for how valedictorian and salutatorian are quantified, determined. And there could be a little bit of wiggle room in that language, but something to that effect. See BHS handbook for how valedictorian and salutatorian are determined.
I second.
Okay, so moved by me, seconded by Dr. Pryor. Anybody have any comments or questions about my amendment?
I kind of feel strongly we should not do that.
Why?
Because at the time people are reading this, if they see handbook, they're going to look at this year's handbook, which says the thing you don't want it to say.
But I think that's a good thing, and that was kind of the point of my amendment, is I wanted things to be mirrored. So if, say
But
hypothetically
this is the
in
next
April-
year's course guide, and they're going to be looking at this year's handbook, because the next year's handbook doesn't exist yet.
But valedictorian, salutatorian haven't changed, so why is that a bad thing?
Because when they're signing up for their next year's classes, and it says, look at the handbook for how we determine that, the only handbook they have to look at is the one with the old rule that we might change in the future.
Correct, but if we change it in the future, then this document will then say, look at.
If we
look at
change it in the
handbook.
future, this document will still be fine, because it doesn't say anything about valedictorian. It's silent.
So,
When the people read this document,
Yes.
which is next month,
Yes,
it will tell them to see a handbook.
yes.
The only handbook they will have to see is this current school year's handbook that tells them 7th semester.
Which is
Or
the
seventh
way
semester.
which is the correct information.
Not for next year, maybe.
well, I suppose next year freshmen, if we change it for freshmen next year, it wouldn't be the same.
I might sound like I care a lot about this, and I don't really care about this very much at all. But I think I do think that makes it worse.
Okay.
Okay.
Any other comments? Mr. Hand, do you mind if I break decorum? Do you think it makes it worse, or is it neutral or better? Adding in a sentence like that?
If you take it out, it doesn't, if you take the wording out, it might be better just to take the whole thing out.
Okay.
Just take the whole paragraph about valedictorian and salutatorian at this point.
Okay.
There's only one sentence.
Right, whatever that is, take that piece out and not worry about it all. Because if we say, you take out 7 semesters, then it doesn't say, then you're gonna have a question of, is it 7, is it 8, which one is it? If you say, see handbook, I think that works, but, that's only doesn't work if we do change it. So there's no winning right now with this, so whatever you want to do with it, it's fine.
All right. So I'm going to call the roll, and I'm going to vote no on my own. You all do what you want, but I'm going to vote no. All right, call the roll on mine.
Mr. Kinsey?
No.
Dr. Pryor?
No.
Mrs. Anderson?
No.
Mrs. Dahl?
So we're back to the main motion to pass the course of study. Does anybody have any more comments before we pass?
No.
I unfortunately do. So if you look at the top of that page, it just says the following procedures will be used to determine valedictorian and salutatorian status. And so if leaving that
no.
information out, is it incomplete then? Yeah.
The whole. I need to get to that.
Well.
So Dr. Kozak can't make a motion, so one of us needs to, if we're going to change that.
Oh,
That's what you're saying.
okay.
It's on top of page
Hold on,
5.
but don't do it unless we really think we need to. Give me a second.
Yeah, I mean, we might need to either A, get rid of that whole area, or At the time of this was voted, this is, valedictorian salutatorian is still, status has not been determined for the 26-27 school year. I don't know.
The top says graduation with honors. You can have honors without having valedictorian status, right? I mean, we offer an honors diploma.
That's talking about Latin honors.
Right, so I don't know why it's like,
Yeah.
that does not talk about graduation with honors, that's just valedictorian stuff. So
Right.
that doesn't make sense.
Okay. So,
Because then down below it says diploma of honors guidelines. So we just,
And do we get rid of the first 3 paragraphs and just leave the upon graduation lines?
Probably.
And just, or that graduation with honors is only talking about Latin honors?
Yeah. I think that's the safest thing probably at this point.
okay.
the first 3 paragraphs.
Well, 1 we already got rid of.
Okay.
So the remaining top 2?
All right. I move to strike the first 2 paragraphs off the top of page 5 under graduation with honors.
Second.
Moved by Dr. Pryor, seconded by Mrs. Dorn to strike the top 2 paragraphs on page 5. Is that correct?
Yes.
So to be clear, graduation with honors section will just read, upon graduation, students at Bellbrook High School receive an academic classification of summa, magna, or cum laude. GPAs for Latin honors are unweighted. That's all it will say.
Great.
All right, take a second to look over that paragraph. Make sure we're okay. We ready to call the vote? Okay, so we're calling the vote on an amendment to strike the 2 paragraphs on page 5.
Dr. Pryor,
Yes.
Mrs. Anderson,
Yes.
Mrs. Dawn,
Yes.
Mr. Kinsey.
Yes.
4 yeses.
Okay, we're back to the main motion to accept the document. Anything else?
I just had to vote. We already.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, please call the roll to accept the courses of study.
Mrs. Anderson,
Yes.
Mrs. Dawn,
Yes.
Mr. Kinsey,
Yes.
Dr. Pryor.
Yes.
4 yeses.
All right, that passed. Overnight trips?
All right. Thank you. Overnight trips athletics, recommend approve the following BHS athletic overnight activity. Classic in the Country Showcase, and that is Berlin, Ohio.
So moved.
Second.
Mrs. Anderson, then Mrs. Dorn. Please call the vote.
Mrs. Dawn,
Yes.
Mr. Kinsey,
Yes.
Dr. Pryor,
Yes.
Mrs. Anderson,
Yes.
4 yeses.
Out-of-state travel, recommend approve the following out-of-state travel. Physical education teacher Sasha Taylor to the 2026 SHAPE American National Convention, March 27th to 21st, 2026 in Kansas City, Missouri. Cost of the district includes substitute teacher for 4 days.
So moved.
Second.
Mrs. Anderson, then Dr. Pryor. She's done this a bunch of times.
She's done this
right?
numerous times. She is on their executive committee or board. Yep.
Please call the roll.
Mr. Kinsey,
Yes.
Dr. Pryor,
Yes.
Mrs. Anderson,
Yes.
Mrs. Dawn,
Yes.
4 yeses.
All right, first semester bullying report, so this item's for discussion and information. So we had just 3 incidents this past first semester. Any information on any other comments or thoughts on that? Okay. And then, I'm sorry.
Okay.
January 24th.
So for our January 24th meeting, which we start at 8 a.m. on Saturday, our little retreat workshop, which of course open to the public. Does anybody have any other discussion items that they want to add to this or anything else you want to talk about? What's listed now is extending an invitation to our teachers unions, see if they would like to come have a conversation. District goals update, board goals update. We've done that every year the last 3 years or so. Discussions about future funding possibilities, hypotheticals, maybe get a little bit of an update, and supplemental duty and people activity contracts, just kind of learning more about how that process works and what goes into it. Anybody have anything else they want to kind of add to that?
Are there any other hot topics that either you, Dr. Kozad, or Amit, that are bubbling in the legislature, or anything that we need to like strategize about?
I think the future funding should cover most of it.
Yep, I think so. Not this second.
Well, you can be thinking about it. Maybe email Dr. Kozad if you have any more thoughts. We still got a little time. Okay. Anybody have anything else? Then at this time, I am making a motion to move to executive session for the purpose of considering the employment, discipline, or dismissal of a public employee per RC 121.22 G1, and for the purpose to conference with legal counsel regarding current or imminent court action and or other matters protected by statute per RC 121.22 G3. Does my motion have a second?
Second.
Seconded. I think I heard Dr. Pryor the loudest. So we are not going to take, we don't anticipate taking any action. We're not going to take any action after we're done, so you're welcome to hang out if you want to. But otherwise, appreciate you guys sticking around and being here. Thank you. So please call the roll to move us into executive session.
Mr. Kinsey?
Yes.
Dr. Pryor?
Yes.
Mrs. Anderson?
Yes.
Mrs. Dawn?
Yes.
4 years.
All right, we're in executive session at 8:31 p.m. Thanks, everyone. we are out of executive session at 11 p.m. I am making a motion to adjourn. Do I have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mrs. Anderson. Sorry, I'm doing a second. I moved and Mrs. Anderson seconded for adjournment. Yeah, I call it right. Roll call for adjournment. Mrs. Anderson?
Yes.
Mr. Kinsey is a yes. Dr. Pryor?
Yes.
Mrs. Dorn?
Yes.
All right, we are adjourned at